Falls makes it just within the 78 bit, time 77.53. Fred Elliott Johnson and next Star Elliott. Good start, what is on out of KC. Continuing number 5. And we start with multiple championships in various junior high divisions. Competed in the Mr. Jumping Hall of Fame Junior Jumper Final at the National Worship. And started in the $100,000 Split Rock Championship Final with the top place junior bonus. The battle of the sexes classic. Stop a shot out of KZ. On board for Mustafa Shah, out of KC. 5107 the top, so go forward with 2 of their 4 riders. Second rider for zone 7 is Laurel Walker of Copper Canyon, Texas, with Armani. 13-year-old Walker, coming on the start. In 2021 Team Silver at Regis States. Last season, top 5 national Grand Prix placings, and here this year, the winner Equestrian Festival Classic wins championship honors and a riding style award winner as well. Laurel Walker and Armani. So the two riders from Zone 7 have both gone walk free. Carly McCutcheon with Coco Mercedes, and Laura Walker with our mark. America Ton up next. Zone 1 riders at North American Youth Jumping Championships this year with a lead time entry. This is Mark 19, 10-year-old Gelding by Staccato Gold. The first of the Governor's Cup at Old Stable Farm. It's the Junior Amateur Grand Prix, the National Horse Show. America Ton, Mark 19. 76.83 is declared for American Sun and Mark 19. There's 53 riders for Zone 3. They're running on a team competition category. Go Gordon with us for the WC. We got winner of the Little Junior Jumpers, the Pennsylvania National, and reserve at the Washington International. So winner of the Taylor Harris Finals.
individual day for young riders and U25. We're going to start with the young riders individual championships starting at 8 o'clock. Placing of our 5-judge panel. At E is Bill Warren from the United States. At H, Mike Wazinski from the United States. At C, Cara Whittam from Canada. M is Cesar Leopardo Grana from the Argentine. And B, Christoph Umbach from Luxembourg.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this FEI North American Youth Championships. You've joined us for the individual young rider championship, and here you can see the start list. We have 22 combinations coming forward for you this morning. You just saw our judges. At E, we have William Warren from the USA. At H, Michael Oninsky from the USA. At C, Cara Whittam from Canada. At M, Cesar Leopardo Granda from Argentina. And at B, Christoph Umbach from Luxembourg. We'll have 8 riders coming forward and then a short break, followed by the next 7, and then finishing off with the final 7. Our winner is in the second part from the team test the other day. That was Mary Claire Pillar. She's 15th into the arena. And the rider that was second, Kat Fuka, she is last to go. So it's going to be a thrilling young rider individual championship today. You can join us this afternoon as well, where we'll be bringing you the under 25 individual championship. That is starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We will be bringing you all of the action here on Click My Horse TV.
Second of 3 riders for zone 6 are around the 1 this morning, or announced in Maple Plain, Minnesota, with the rest 7 cars. 12-year-old for all same man. About the zone 6 rider, second of 3 riders for zone 6 here around number 1. And Nora with a win here, Traverse City earlier this year in a national Grand Prix. The week 7 of the Winter Equestrian Festival was high junior champion. Two-star qualifier. Second of 3 for zone 6 is Dornous with Dressage.
First of 22 rides then is going to be number 452, Fabiana GV, 10-year-old Westphalian mare. By Buckled Hunts out of Antigua MT by August.
So next up we have Anna Schwackhammer, and she rides Fabiana GV. It's a Westphalian 10-year-old mare. They're representing Canada.
Ontario.
They were equal 10th in the team competition with a score of 66.382%. This horse owned by Christina Bennett and Melissa Sinclair.
third rider, Meow Bell, and the owner of Rebellion, HS Cardenza, and by Cardenza. 2021 winner of the individual qualifier.
So first to go representing Canada, it is Anna Schwackhammer and Fabienne GV. Nice in the frame through the center. Keeping the frame really nice and up and open. Just needs to watch the balance slightly. Quite abrupt there into the halt, but nearly square, just leaving that left hind leg out and that rein back slightly in two halves. The judges are looking to see 5 steps of rein back. Need more bend through the half pass. Just generally lacks a little bit of bend through the half pass and the circles. Like to see a little bit more activity here in the walk. Needs to be careful of the walk rhythm as well there. Much better here in the extended walk. And just lacking a little bit of activity in the collected walk. Some good steps in the canter half pass. Could have just been a little steadier in the contact. Just a little bit of nodding. Some good expressive changes. Oh, just losing the canter as she asks for the canter pirouette. That was a shame because then it ended up being quite big. Again there, just ended up quite big in the canter pirouette. Needs more activity, more push from behind. Some nice changes though. A little bit of swinging through the threes. Could be slightly straighter. Lovely steps in the extended canter. So really great test to get this class underway with. It is Anna Swackhammer and Fabienne GV. Oh, just a little bit crooked into that final halt.
Now, first of 22 rides, Anna Swackhammer from Canada.
But a really lovely test there, very smart horse.
Fabienne GV.
This horse by Facultans. As I said, they were equal 10th in the team competition, so definitely going to be looking to get in the top 10 as well today. And the score is 66.765. Scores ranging from 65% up to 68.088.
0.176 from the judge at H, Mike Kozinski, 68.088 from the judge at C, Cara Weta was 65.0. Judge at M, Cesar Leopardo Grana, giving a 67.5%, and the percentage from the judge at B, Christoph Umbach, 67.059, giving them 66.765.
Next in, it is another combination for Canada. It is Zachary Marshall and Gatsby. KWPN 12-year-old gelding by Jazz. Damsire is Floristan, owned and ridden by Zachary. They finished 14th in the team test of 64.177%. So starting now is Zachary Marshall and Gatsby.
Finishing on 12, the top 75 at 47.
Could do with a little bit more activity in this trot work, but good angle through the shoulder in. Just at the end of the middle change of the rein, it's a little bit too behind the bit. Just needed to push that nose out slightly. Slightly unlevel steps through the half pass and into the 8 meter circle. Just a little unsteady in the contact. At times it's just a little bit too deep, and other times he comes actually against the bit a little bit. Some nice steps in the extended trot. Could just have a little bit more push from the hind leg. Again, they're slightly unsteady to contact. A little bit laboured in the walk. Needs more activity, much more march.
So now with 3 of their 4 riders completed, 2 on 8, 1 on 4, and take us back.
Needs to pick up that curb rein. It's very, very loose. Some good angle through the half pass. Again, could be a little bit more uphill. Nice through the 4 times. Very nice and fluent. Needed a little bit more preparation for the canter pirouette. It was very centered, but just a little bit flat. I think if he could have half-halted a little bit more coming into it, got the shoulders up and the weight on the hind leg, it would have been much more uphill. Yeah. Unfortunately, just fell out of the canter.
73-49 is the score of 4 for the play right at number 1. Another rider competing as an individual at the Youth Jumping Championships this year, Cameron Shermino.
Nice and straight through the 3 times.
Last year at the North American Youth Jumping Championships in the free junior category of the team bronze and a top 10 individual finish for Cameron, an individual gold and team gold in the leader 40 under 45 platinum team jumper championships as well.
So coming down the centre line now, Zachary Marshall and Gatsby finishing their test. They're 14th in the team test with 64.177. See what they can achieve today. Unfortunately, that big mistake in the second canter pirouette, that cost them quite a lot of marks. And needed to be much more forward in the walk generally. A total of 64.206. Scores ranging from 62.794 up to 65.588.
H giving 64.412, C 63.971, M 64.265. And from the judge would be a percentage of 65.588, and that will give them 64.206.
So into the arena now, there's Acacia Samuelitis, and she rides 15-year-old Gelding Santos. Westphalian is by Stedinger, owned by Mika Deladish. They finished 15th in the team test with 64.088% and represent Region 3. So starting now, it is Acacia Samalates and Santos. Good positioning through the shoulder in. Just at times across the change of rein was a little short in the neck and a little bit there into the shoulder in right. Could be more supple to the bend.
Silver last year and the first place in the junior individual qualifier last year's championships. Also a member of the pre-junior team.
Slightly laboured in the rein back. It's almost in two parts. Some nice steps there though in the extended trot. Could still be more supple, but better bend in the half pass to the left. Good steps there in the medium. Could just be a little bit more over the back in the medium and the extended. Could have a bit more over track in the extended walk. Again, getting a little bit tight here in the collective walk. Again, needs more bend through these canter half passes. Oh, unfortunately just kicking up to her leg in those four-time changes. Again, some problems with some resistance at the beginning of the canter pirouette. Much better preparation for the pirouette there. Just hollowed a little bit and spun through the pirouette to the right. And early there to the change is meant to be on A.
76-72, it's a score of 12 for Flavio Andres Montenegro and Jason Brent. 6, the third and final rider for round 1 team competition. Elise Stevens with Romania.
Correct, but quite small changes. Could have a little bit more expression in those. Super steps in the extended canter though, really covering the ground nicely. Just again early to change at the end. Meant to be at K. It's amazing how being inaccurate can lose so many marks. She lost marks for the extended canter and for the flying change because it was too early. So there was the test for Acacia Tomalatis and Santos. They were 15th in the team test with 64.088. And it's a new personal best of 64.235 into second place. Scores ranging from 63.235 up to 65.294.
M is a 64.265 and from B 63.235. That will give them 64.235.
It's clear for all 3 riders from Zone 6 around 1 team competition this morning. Zone 6 came in second with a score of 8.73. Now with 3 rounds from all 3 of their riders, will enter round 2 with the lead on a score of 8.73. Zone 4 up next, their final rider is Taylor Colley with Valencia, BC, as she continues with this final rotation around 1 competition. Taylor for Winter Show Stables with the 10-year-old Valencia, BC. Bronze medal at the North.
Our next in will be 439 Bandito, 17-year-old Dutch Warbler gelding by Negro, Alta Ballerina 2 by Don Gregory. Bred at the Fonde Beckmortel Stables in the Netherlands. Owned and written by Gabriel Epstein from Massachusetts.
So into the arena, it is Gabriel Epstein, and he rides at Bandito, a 17-year-old KWPN gelding by Negro, out of a Don Gregory mare, owned by Karen Bressler. They're representing Region 8. They finished equal 21st with 58.971% in the team competition. So into the arena, Gabriel Epstein and Bandito for Region 8. Fairly nice activity in the trot work so far. Could just have a little bit more push from the hind leg. Ooh, overshot the centre line. Coming down for the half pass. Again, like I said in the last test, you can lose so many marks for just not being accurate. And when you've got 5 judges sitting around the arena and you lose a mark from each one, it's 5 marks. Not quite enough difference shown there in the medium trot. pretty nice to the halt. It could have established the halt for a little bit longer, and then the horse came above the bit in the rein back. Oh, it's a shame. Cantering, lost the balance in the extended trot. Better placement on the centre line there. Needed better bend through the body. You could see on the small circle how the horse twisted its neck rather than really bending through the neck and the body.
Dressage goes clear with Isabella for zone 7, and 3 clears and a 4 for zone 7 in round 1. Score will be dropped, so it's just a 12.5 of the 1 period into today. So the starting score round 2 for the team is zone 7. Dropping the 4, 3 clears going towards it. That tally 12.5 on the score for zone 7.
Needs much more activity and overtrack in the walk generally. And again here the same in the canter as we saw in the trot. Needs much more throughness in the canter. Didn't quite change there at E. He's going to struggle with that half pass given that it's on the wrong leg. Such a shame. Meant to be 5 4-time changes. Again, hollowing through the canter pirouette. Needs to keep that connection through all of the work here in the canter. Slightly better in the pirouette to the right, still needs much more energy. Again, mistakes there in the lines of threes. So coming down to finish their test, it's Gabriel Epstein and Bandito. They're representing Region 8.
Gabriel Epstein from the United States with Bandito.
They scored 58.971 in their young rider test for the team. Few mistakes again today, especially at the end with those changes.
Yes, apparently the best can-do attitude of any horse that Gabriel has met.
So just waiting for one more judge to confirm their score. And the scores are in. It's 55.235%, 53.235, up to 57.206.
Giving a 53.676, M a 53.235, and B a 57.206, and it'll give them a 55.235. The next in's going to be 443, Romero, 16-year-old Hanoverian stallion by Royal Blend out of Noble Diamond.
Next up, it is Camille Duhaime, and she rides Romero, representing Canada. It's a 16-year-old stallion by Royal Blend. A Hanoverian owned by Camille. So entering the arena, it is Camille Duhaime and Romero. They finished 20th with 59.941% in the team test. Just looking a little bit tight over the back through the change of rein, losing the balance and the regularity of the trot, sorry. And again there through the half pass. Too many irregular steps. The bell has rung, and it's looking like it's going to be an elimination. Just a few too many unlevel steps today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, unfortunately, she's had to retire. So that's it for Camille Duhaime and Romero. The next rider is due in at 12 minutes past 9.
4 at 11. It's a score of 8 for Lexell and Nelly with the score. That'll be the drop score for zone 2, so it's 6. And it's a score to around the 118.1 clock. The accumulated score, 18.15, the accumulated score for zone 2. Competing as an individual out of zone 10, it's a double wide up next with Gucci. For the overall individual last year for the junior team. Second to 50,000 draw 3. Desert International as well as your Olympia. Back to Saul and the most better Gucci. Double wide for zone 10.
And we would like to thank our presenting sponsor, the United States Dressage Federation. YourDressage.org features exclusive online dressage content, stories, videos, photo galleries, and much more. So, visit YourDressage.org now for your daily dose of dressage. Have your own stories to share? Submit those for possible publication as well. After all, it's your dressage. Be a part of it. Next in now is going to be 4, 2, 6.
So next up, it is Rockfort, ridden by Madison Manis. It's a 15-year-old gelding by Ruben Royal, out of a Floristan mare, owned by Omar Holding. Finished 13th in the team test with 64.382% and is from Region 9.
Alvaro was invited to the 2023 FEI Jumping World Challenge final in South Africa. Also qualified with the Equestrian Games in Auckland last year and won gold with the North American team. Carlos Andres Miani and Luis Diaz as their combination for Guatemala. One of team competition.
So Madison Manis and Rockfort for Region 9. slightly unsteady, and the contact in the first shoulder in could be a little bit more rounder and over the back. Better there in the shoulder in to the right. A little bit too much neck bend in the half pass, but fairly good through the circle, 8 meters.
So the score at the conclusion of round one for Guatemala, 35.77.
Just dropping the pole through the rein back steps. Some good steps there in the extended trot, tracking up nicely with the hind legs. Good bend at the beginning, and then it just faded as she went on in the half pass. Again, twisting the neck there in the bend through the 8-meter circle. Just generally struggling a little bit with the connection and with the throughness in the trot work. But fairly nice activity here in the walk. Tracking up, could do with a little bit more ground cover, and you can see the horse just coming behind the vertical in the extended walk. You want to see the nose being taken out as well as down. Again, could be more supple to the bend. She starts off fairly well in her positioning, and then it just kind of faded as the half pass went on. Pretty nice through the 4-time changes. So she just needs to think about the connection through this canter pirouette. Came in a little bit quick, but actually it was fairly nice through the pirouette. And now into the pirouette right. Yeah, losing a bit of the canter rhythm. Needed to keep that activity, keep that 3-beat. Oh dear, a mistake in that third change. And then it was croup high for the last one as well. Some nice steps in the extended canter. Could have a little bit more ground cover. So finishing up, it is Madison Manis and Rockfort for Region 9.
And our final salute now is Madison Manis. University of Houston is Nelson. Competed Region 9 Championships last year with Rock 4. And when not riding,
So just waiting for one more score to be finalised. And here it is. It's a new personal best of 62.382%. Scores ranging from 60.147 up to 65.294.
C 56.618, M 62.794, and B is 60.147. And that will get them a 62.382.
Next up we have Quinn Ridgway and Dramatica V. This is a Hanoverian mare, 15 years old by Dramatic. Damsire Londonderry, owned and ridden by Quinn. They finished equal fifth in the team test of 67.324% and represent Region 1.
Bred by Good Foss in Germany, owned and ridden by Quinn Ridgway from New Jersey.
So starting, it is Quinn Ridgway and Dramatica V. Good activity in the trot. Angle just slightly varying through the shoulder in. He just needs a little bit more softness to the bend in the shoulder in right. Through the 8-meter circle. A nice difference shown there in the medium. Lovely fluency. And a great square halt. Just dropped the pole slightly. Nice steps in the extended trot. Again, we'd like to see more suppleness to the bend in the half pass. Keeping a good uphill frame there through the medium. Needs more activity generally in the walk. Could do with a little bit more ground cover in the extended walk. Just looking a little bit tentative, and therefore late to the aids in the transition up into canter. Lovely flying change at E. Really nice and off the ground. Lovely changes. Really nicely on the aids. Nice and uphill. Very well ridden. Just losing a little bit of balance through the canter pirouette. So needs to just think about that in her preparation. Yeah, that was a shame. Changed just before, but a better pirouette. Definitely seems to find these flying changes very easy, beautiful fluency. Just could have kept the pole a little more up. And I'd like to see more risk taken through the extended canter. Just slightly faded a little bit towards the end. And again, changed too early. Saw that a lot actually in the Young Rider European Championships, where they didn't quite make it the whole way across the diagonal and just changed too early. And I think it's really important that at this stage of the rider's career, they're at the very, very beginning, they really learn to ride accurately. So as I've said before, you can lose so many marks by just not doing what you're meant to be doing at the right place. Scores 66.618 into second place with a new personal best. Scores ranging from 65.882 up to 67.206.
M 66.765 and B is 66.324. That will get them a 66.618. Going into second place now. I can give a quick correction to the judges' score from C for the last ride. It was a 60.147. Final percentage of 62.382, no change. So just one more to see before our first break in this Young Riders Individual Championships. This is going to be 454. Forget Me Not, a 13-year-old Dutch warm-blood mare by Valdez.
So next into the arena it is Catherine Robinson. She rides Forget Me Not. a 13-year-old mare by Valdez Damsai Olympic Pharaoh, owned by Carol Robinson. Finished 8th in the team competition with 66.765% and is representing Canada, Alberta. So starting their test, it is Catherine Robinson and Forget Me Not. Just dropped the pole slightly in that first halt. Rider's sitting very, very wonky. Got her left shoulder up, her right shoulder down, and really twisted through her middle. Just doesn't help with the alignment for the horse when the rider on top is not quite sitting centered. Again, losing the balance. Very inconsistent through the frame. Nice halt. And good immobility again. Just a little bit low in the pole. Slightly better in the half pass to the left. A little bit more through to the bend. Still could be much more supple over the back. Has got a nice lift to the trot. Just like to see the rider a little bit more still on top. Good steps in the walk. Clearly tracking up. Could have a little bit more ground cover in the extended walk. Just a little bit quick in the collected walk. And again, a little bit fussy in the contact. Needs to watch the balance there in the change at E. Yeah, some nice changes. Could just be a little bit rounder and more over the back. So she rode it quite large, which I think is a very sensible decision. I think if she'd have gone smaller, I think she could have risked the canter itself. The horse doesn't quite carry enough weight behind to be able to make a really lovely, neat, centered canter pirouette. Good preparation. Again, a little large, especially in the first part. Bit of swinging here in the threes. Yeah, fairly nice into the extended canter. Taking the frame out. Good lengthening of strides. So finishing up now, our final rider before the break, Catherine Robinson and Forget Me Not for Canada, Alberta.
And a final salute now, Catherine Robinson from Canada with Carol Robinson's Forget Me Not. That's our last.
So they were 8th in the team competition with a score of 66.765. They were trending around 65, nearly 66. And it is a 65.97% into third place. Scores ranging from 64.853 up to 67.353. So we go into a break after that first half of the Young Rider Individual. 8 competitors have come forward, and in the lead it is our first down the centre line this morning, Anna Swackhammer and Fabienne GV for Canada. The score to beat 66.765. So join us back at 9:53 for part 2.
Kick off round 2, we'll see all of our individuals first, and we'll take a brief before we bring up our competitors. First rider to show round 2 will be Yellow One, and the next rider will have a very rapid stop.
U.S. Equestrian. Thousands of equestrians have united
to watch, to learn,
to experience,
to compete.
In the pursuit of fairness, safety, welfare, and joy.
From the grassroots to the Olympic Games.
Each with personal goals, but all united together for the joy of horse sports.
Ride united. Ride with US Equestrian.
If time truly flies when you're having fun, the fall season and the Traverse City Tournament of Champions will be here before you know it.
Normal. Nice. You can roll with that. Or you can roll the dice. Be the brave and boldly go a different way. A different wave. It's the risk taken by the gamers, chasing the glimmers. We're the risk takers, the loud laughers, the grand Traverse Bay late night swimmers. It's about the destination. It's about the way. And at Turtle Creek Casino in Traverse City, life is a game, and this is how we play.
Whenever you shop Meijer, you shop for more than yourself. You help support sustainability in all our communities.
Thank you.
Today, tomorrow, and for years to come.
What makes good footing? More importantly, what makes safe footing? Is it the dimensions, the foundation, or the irrigation? What if we told you good footing is not a single aspect, rather the entire process, from the design and intended use to which arena builder you choose? With GGT footing, it's not just the most trusted arena additive in the world, but the experience and knowledge to ensure your footing is safe.
Equifit really takes a different approach to product development and to the materials that we use in our products. We're always looking outside to see what the sports world and medical worlds are doing, and we apply that to the equine athlete. We love horses, so that's just what really fuels us to do what we do.
Our horses are so much more than athletes. They can deliver our dreams with every ride. So we give them the best nutrition, the best health care, and the best equipment. Be sure to give the best transportation too. For 60 years, Brookledge has led the way in on-time delivery, customer focus, state-of-the-art equipment, and the best drivers in the industry. Brookledge, delivering your dreams since 1955.
We fly horses anywhere around the world, whether it is a hobby horse or it's an Olympic champion. It's about getting an animal from point A to point B safely, in best of health, and in the quickest possible of time. We understand the business better than anybody else. We do not leave any stone unturned, and we are staffed by horse people from every layer of the company. We give horses wings around the world, across the globe, or across the street.
As a third-generation insurance agency owner, I don't underestimate the responsibility that we have in protecting our clients.
At Fitzpatrick Insurance, it's all about the relationships. The stronger the relationship we have with our clients, the better we can anticipate their needs.
As an independent insurance agency, we partner with top-rated carriers such as Auto Owners Insurance.
This allows us to craft a comprehensive solution tailored to each client.
If you're looking to go out, go up. To get up and go. Whatever you're looking for, you and anyone you bring with you will find it all and more at the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Get up and go.
Do something different, just to see what happens. Make a plan, but go where the night takes you. Leelanau is a place that feels like home. That is home, after all. And after the work is done, the lights are on, its doors are open. Possibilities, if you're open, to what happens next, to a game. Friends play here. Leelanau Sands Casino.
2023 will be the 14th running of the Silver Oak Jumper Tournament. A 501c3 charity, from its founding, our mission has always been twofold. First, to provide a jumper show format where horses and riders are celebrated with all the unique care imaginable. Second, our efforts have become inextricably intertwined with the Kevin Babington Foundation. If you think about it for a minute, it's so logical. If we are to promote and celebrate the sport's athletes at their peak, how could we be less invested in supporting those living their worst nightmares, recovering from spinal cord injuries, and this, the world's most beautiful sport? Together with our partners, the Morrissey Management Group, and the spectacular venue that is, in fact, Traverse City, we will collectively aspire to serve both objectives. So mark your show calendars and join us September 6th through the 10th. And for those who can't make it, you can be treated to the live streams from the Traverse City website on Horse Show Live. In the meantime, to Kevin, Kim, David, Alexis, and Jonathan Miller, know we will continue to be there for you. Please visit us at kevinbabingtonfoundation.org.
Top five as follows. Anna Swackhammer from Canada with Fabiana GB. is in the lead currently with that percentage of 66.765. Quinn Ridgway from the United States and Rebecca B in second, 66.618. Third place being held by Catherine Robinson from Canada with Forget-Me-Not, 65.97. Acacia Samutalis from the United States with Santos is in fourth currently, and they scored a 64.235, and the fifth place percentage of 64.206 going to Zachary Marshall from Canada with Gadsden.
.41 with 4 at 11 for Kate Hackney and Dolce de Roca. There's 3 more individuals to show in round 2, then we'll take a brief pause.
Up as to go after the break is going to be number 438, Ronaldo, 13-year-old Hannibalian Kelly by Harmony's Rousseau, after Dancing Queen by Leorello, and by Joan Comerell, and written by Olivia Williams.
Welcome back. After the break, it is the North American Youth Championships, and we are in the Young Rider Individual Championship. Next in is Olivia Williams and Ronaldo, a 13-year-old gelding by Rosso. It's an American Hanoverian, owned by Karen and Olivia Williams. They finished equal 5th with Quinn Ridgway in the team test with a score of 67.324% and are from Region 5. The lead at the moment is Anna Schwackhammer with a score of 66.765%. But now it is the turn of Olivia Williams and Ronaldo. Nice frame through the change of rein, just through the shoulder ins though, creeping a little bit behind the vertical. I'd like to see a bit more self-carriage in this trot work. And again, the same here through the half pass. Slightly unlevel steps, needs much more balance. Fairly nice into the halt. Seems willing in the rein back, slightly dragging the feet. Could have a little bit more engagement through the extended trot. some nice crossing steps. Would like to have seen more bend through the body in the half pass to the left. And a little bit more uphill there through the medium trot. Lovely here in the frame in the walk. Just losing a little bit of activity here in the extended walk. Nice in the stretch. You just do with a bit more over track. And again, they're the same in the canter half pass as in the trot. It's much more bend through the body. Some really nice changes. The canter just a little bit flat generally. Would like to see much more jump and a bit more uphill tendency through those changes. Better there through the short side. If you can maintain that activity and that frame through these movements, you should be getting some really nice marks. Quite big there at the start of the canter pirouette. So preparing for the pirouette now and bringing the body around. Again, a little bit large, a little bit laboured. Nice placement of the changes and nice expression through the changes themselves. Again, the pole just dropping a little bit too low. Much better placement of the flying change at the end of the extended. So finishing up, it is Olivia Williams and Ronaldo.
Olivia Williams from the United States with her own Ronaldo. Olivia, full-time student at Colorado State University, studying international relations. Her interest outside of riding include traveling and all things animal. Organizing African safaris, and she travels to Africa every year.
So scores are in. It's a personal best of 63.794 into 6th place, with scores ranging from 60% up to 66.912.
63.971, C giving us 66.912, and
Next we have Sydney Lepar, and she rides Zeragamo. This is a Westphalian gelding, 11 years old, Bisonic NOP. Combination finished 18th in the team test with a score of 62.588% and representing Region 9. So starting the test, Sydney Lepar and Zeragamo.
With the best score coming into round 2, zone 6 with an 8.73, zone 7 second with a 12.51, zone 4 in third with 7. It'll be zone 5 at the show with Caroline Madeline and Glasgow with the
Lots of expression in this trot work. Just a little bit unsteady in the contact, bit of fussiness in the bit, but lovely jump in the trot, really nicely swinging. Good difference shown in the medium. Just leaving that left hind leg out and getting too short and deep in the neck in the rein back. And again, a bit of fussiness in the bit. Could have a little bit more bend through the body in the half pass. Nice there through the medium trot. Tracking up in the walk and taking a nice stretch. Could just have a little bit more ground cover. Nicely uphill into canter. Keeping the fluency well today. Again, a little bit unsettled in the bit. You can see the head swinging slightly in the half pass. You want to see much more security to the contact. Fairly nice changes. Needs to be a little bit more over the back for better fluency. Nice prep into the canter pirouette. Just coming above the bit slightly and hollowing. Much more willing through the canter pirouette to the right. Still needs to keep the fluency a little better for the higher marks.
First to 4 riders around 2 for zone 4. It's Olivia Sweetnam with the 10-year-old American. She's in quality of that Sweetnam farm.
Riding that line very forward, but it paid off. A little bit of drifting in some of the changes, but on the whole, very nice through the threes. Canter was a little bit too forward going into the extended canter. I'd like to see more clear transitions at the beginning and at the end. So coming down to her final halt now. It is Sydney Lapar and Zara Mogo. He scored 62.588, so a definite improvement for this combination today. Personal best score of 66.667. They were sitting around the 66% mark. And it's a new personal best, 66.912. Into the lead. Scores ranging from 65.147 up to 70.588.
66.912 from C, 65.882, M, 66.029, and B giving us 70.588. That will put them now into the lead in this class with a 66.912.
Next up, it is Avery Allen, and she's riding Superman, a 10-year-old gelding by Scholarai. They finished 4th in the team competition with a score of 69.559. Competing for Region 4, this Hanoverian gelding is owned by Johnny Allen. So starting now for Region 4, it is Avery Allen and Superman. She finished just outside the top 3 in the team test. She's definitely going to want to pick up a medal today. To keep the balance slightly better through the shoulder in and the change of rein. Needs to be much more supple over the back. Not quite enough bend through the shoulder in and half pass. Good difference shown through the medium trot. And a lovely square halt. Really super in the halt rein back. Scoring 7.5s and 8s from the judges. Could just do with a bit more engagement in the extended trot. Again, slight lack of bend through the half pass. Like to see a bit more cadence through the trot as well. The weight going a little bit onto the shoulder. Needs to be very careful of the rhythm in this walk. Lacking any overtrack in the extended walk. A little bit hollowing in the transition up to canter. Might just seen that more over the back. Slightly better bend through the half pass to the right than to the left. Yeah, some nice changes. Nice and clean and correct. Could have had a bit more expression for the higher marks. Still 7s from all of the judges. Kept the activity well through the canter pirouette. Yeah, both pirouettes a little bit on the large side. Could have had a bit more jump, but she did have nice positioning through them. Lovely and straight through the diagonal of changes. Really picked up lots of marks, especially in this canter work. Finished with a score of 69.559 in the team test, looking to be a little bit lower than that today in this individual. Their personal best 66.853. So finishing up, it is Avery Allen from Region 4, and she rides Superman.
favorite when not riding is working out and running, and hiking and skiing. Superman, true to his name.
So scores are in. She goes into the lead with a new personal best, 67.735%. Scores are ranging from 66.912 up to 69.265.
H 69.265, C 68.529, M 66.912, and B is 66.912. They now go into the lead with that 67.735. Next in now, number 430, Prima Ballerina, 10-year-old Oldenburg now by Wolfram Parallel, rare in Germany by Ritter, owned and written by Celsiana William from Florida.
Next in for Region 3, it is Celsiana William and Prima Ballerina, 10-year-old mare by Bon Bravour, out of a Donegal mare. So Oldenburg is ridden and owned by Celsiana. They were third in the team test with 69.765%. So starting now for Region 3, it is Celsiana William and Prima Ballerina. Again, could be a little bit more supple to the bend. Just a bit unbalanced through the change of rein and into the shoulder in right. But good positioning here in the half pass. Some nice crossing. That looks very small for the 8-meter circle. In good balance though. And a nice halt. Could have been in clearer diagonal pairs in the rein back. Fairly nice push from the hind leg. Could overtrack slightly more in the extended trot and just be a little bit softer over the back. Losing the bend through the half pass. Doesn't seem quite so happy in the right bend as they do in the left. Lovely there though through the medium, nice and uphill. Keeping the activity well through the walk. Really nice marching and fairly good ground cover as well. Good stretch.
The score 4 for Laurel Walker and Armani. 70 for 67 to Laurel and individual score 6.67 through 2 rounds at this point. For zone 7, they've shown 2 of their 4 riders in round 2. A clear for Carly Production, unfortunately for Laurel Walker, with 2 riders still coming forward in round 2.
It's a little bit tight in the transition up into canter. Just needs to be a little bit careful of a bit of a head tilt, especially there in the half pass to the left. Better to the right. Just could be a little bit more fluent. Clean changes. Again, just losing a little bit of fluency. Could just be a little bit more over the back, a little bit softer. Again, losing a little bit of the connection through the canter pirouette. Just tightened over the back and then was a little bit croup high there at that change at A. Yeah, better in the pirouette to the right. Nicely on the aids and the changes. Fairly straight as well. Again, for the bigger marks, you'd want to see more expression, but 7s and 7.5 from the judges. So coming down to finish the test, it's Kelsiana William for Region 3, riding Prima Ballerina. A really lovely test from this pair. They finished 3rd in the team test, looking like they're going to take the lead. And the scores are in. It's a new personal best of 69.912 into the lead, with marks ranging from 67.059 up to 71.471.
M 70.588 and B is 67.059. They go now into the lead with that score of 69.912.
No jumping faults, it's just over on time. It's just the one there for Flavio Andres Montenegro and Jason Brown. It's on 78.02. So Fox, Rebecca Gutstein, and Harley David up next. 3rd combination for zone 5 here.
Next up, it is Ella Fruchterman, and she rides Hannah Montana W. They come from Region 4. It's a Danish warm blood. The mare by Blue Horse Doolittle. Dam sire is Sydney. Owned by Ella and Todd Fruchterman. They finished 7th in the team test with 67.176. So starting the test, Ella Fruchterman and Hannah Montana W. Not 100% straight coming down the centre line. Nice positioning through the shoulder in. Could do with a bit more bend there to the right. A little bit of wagging in the contact. Slightly quick through the medium trot. Unbalanced in the rein back steps. Left the left hind leg out. And then just couldn't quite get the balance in the rein back steps. Again, a little bit hurried through the extended trot. Could have shown clearer transitions at the beginning and end as well. Got a bit long in the frame in the transition down to walk. Lovely there in the extended walk. Really nice activity. Good stretch. Could have a little bit more ground cover in the walk. Losing the connection again in the transition up into counter. A little bit of nodding. Like to see a more secure contact through the half pass. Nice on the aids in the change though. Nice uphill through these flying changes. Again, lovely and on the aids. Good in the balance there. Really nice and uphill through the canter pirouette. Could have been a little bit more to the contact in that second canter pirouette, but nicely ridden. Some nice steps here through the extended canter, but could have a little bit more air time, a little bit more push. So there we have it. It is Ella Fruchtman and Hannah Montana W. They finished 7th in the team competition. Had a score of 67.176. Looking to be around that again today. A total of 66.971 and into 3rd place for Ella. Scores ranging between 65.441 up to 67.941.
That will give them a current 3rd place percentage of 66.971.
So 6 on a score of 20.73. That's a second of 3 riders for round 2 comes out. This is where announcement representative Darcy.
Next up, it is Kiara Williams-Brown and Fortissimo, representing Canada. She's riding this Westphalian 11-year-old. This gelding owned by Simone Williams. They finished 17th with a score of 63.088% in the team test. So starting now, it is Kiara Williams-Brown and Fortissimo. Very big, expressive horse. Be a little bit more through in the shoulder in. Just a little bit holding over the back in the trot work, but nice and uphill. Big horse to get round those 8-meter circles. Again, hollowing a little bit there. I want to see a much clearer transition back into the collected trot as well from the extension. Some really good steps through the extended trot on the long diagonal. Lovely energy, nice and uphill. Again, just could be a little bit more soft over the back and into the bend in the half pass. Plenty of power and expression through the trot work. I'd like to see more purpose here in this walk. Better now, it's just a little bit slow to come through. And again, lacking purpose. I want to see much more activity there in the collective walk. Lovely fluency through the two half passes and the flying change. There's some really nice air time through the canter. Just quite a bit of swinging here through the changes. Like to see them a lot straighter. But nice expression through the changes themselves. Could have had slightly better preparation coming into the canter pirouette there. Just needed to sit and take the weight more on the hind leg. And unfortunately not quite on the aids there in the change. Okay, just a little bit too... some mistakes coming into the canter pirouette. It just needed to rebalance. Actually got a fairly nice canter pirouette there. But unfortunately, the mistakes beforehand cost her a lot of marks. Just needs to take her time a little bit and prepare. Again, quite a bit of swinging through the 3 times, but good changes. Super steps in the extended canter. Just at times she's been a little bit too forward going into some of the movements and not really preparing the horse to be able to deliver its best job. But a huge improvement from the team test the other day. Scored 63.088%. And today, just that one mistake in that second canter pirouette. But other than that, a really good job. Lots of expression through the test. That one mistake I know would have cost her quite dearly. Total of 65.676, marks ranging from 64.412 up to 68.235.
2 will drop a 5 from their second round scores.
Well, last before the next break is going to be 4:28. Katerina, 12-year-old Hanoverian Karabas.
Next into the arena, it is Mary Pillar, and she rides Katerina from Region 3, a 12-year-old mare by Carabas, owned by Emily Broller. They were our winners in the team test with a score of 71.706. So they are definitely going to be looking to wanting to pick up a medal today. Will she be able to have a double win? So, starting their test, it is our winner from the team competition, Mary Claire Pillar and Katerina. This mare is really lovely and light-footed, plenty of cadence in this trot work. Keeps a nice frame. Have a little bit more angle in the shoulder in.
55-09 support box for Taylor Colley and Valencia BC. This number 4 will drop an 8 from their second round scores, so just the 4 that counts towards the total. 21-82, the accumulated zone 4.
Again, I'd like to see more bend here through the half pass. Really keeps the cadence in the trot nicely though. And plenty of reach in that medium trot. It was just counterflex through the corner. Fairly good into the halt, but dropping the pole. Needs to be much more uphill through the rein back. Could take a little bit more weight behind, be a little bit more engaged through the extended trot. Just losing a little bit of activity, do with a little bit more impulsion through the half pass, and then it was just missing a little bit of bend through that 8-meter circle. Lovely steps there in the medium. Good downward transition into walk. Like to see the mare a little bit more relaxed here in the walk. Not really showing a clear over track at all. Good though in the stretch. Just generally needs to be much more relaxed in the walk work. Placement in the half pass. Nice fluency through those two. Could do with a little more bend. Beautifully done. Really nice. Lovely big changes, plenty of air time. Needs to be careful that she keeps straight on that diagonal line. The horse looked like she was going into... That was a shame she lost the lead through the canter pirouette. Quickly corrected it though. She's just dropped down now into second place. Those pirouettes are very expensive because they are double coefficient. Better there to the right. Yeah, again, really lovely big changes.
76.37 is the clear for Elise Stevens with Omega and
Lovely steps through the extended canter. Again, showing clear transitions. So finishing their test, it is Mary Claire Pillar and Katerina. Out in front is Calciana William and Prima Ballerina. They're in the lead with 69.912. Can Mary Claire Pillar overtake her? She had a win with 71.706 in the team test. That one mistake, though, in the first pirouette was rather expensive, but how expensive is it going to be? It's close, but she does it into the lead with 70.147. Marks ranging from 67.794 up to 71.176. So our new leader, Mary Claire Pillar and Katerina. As we head into the second break, before part 3, the third and final part, just 7 riders left to come forward for this young riders individual test. So join us back at 11:07 for the final section.
It'll break down till 11:07. Time is 10:50.
Presentation, we'll have Tom Omar, president of USC Equestrian, on hand, as well as Mr. Sidiria Ahmed, deputy chair of FEI Regional Group, president of the jury this week, as well as Larry Kuzak, all on hand for a presentation for the top 3 teams in the junior category this year.
U.S. Equestrian. Thousands of equestrians have united
To watch, to learn,
To experience,
to compete.
in the pursuit of fairness, safety, welfare, and joy.
From the grassroots to the Olympic Games,
each with personal goals but all united together for the joy of horse sports.
Ride United. Ride with US Equestrian.
If time truly flies when you're having fun, the fall season and the Traverse City Tournament of Champions will be here before you know it.
Normal. Nice. You can roll with that. Or you can roll the dice. Be the brave and boldly go a different way. A different wave. It's the risk taken by the gamers, chasing the glimmers. We're the risk takers, the loud laughers, the grand Traverse Bay late night swimmers. It's about the destination. It's about the way. And at Turtle Creek Casino in Traverse City, life is a game, and this is how we play.
Whenever you shop Meijer, you shop for more than yourself. You help support sustainability in all our communities.
Thank you.
Today, tomorrow, and for years to come.
What makes good footing? More importantly, what makes safe footing? Is it the dimensions, the foundation, or the irrigation? What if we told you good footing is not a single aspect, rather the entire process, from the design and intended use to which arena builder you choose? With GGT footing, it's not just the most trusted arena additive in the world, but the experience and knowledge to ensure your footing is safe.
Equifit really takes a different approach to product development and to the materials that we use in our products. We're always looking outside to see what the sports world and medical worlds are doing, and we apply that to the equine athlete. We love horses, so that's just what really fuels us to do what we do.
Our horses are so much more than athletes. They can deliver our dreams with every ride. So we give them the best nutrition, the best health care, and the best equipment. Be sure to give the best transportation too. For 60 years, Brookledge has led the way in on-time delivery, customer focus, state-of-the-art equipment, and the best drivers in the industry. Brookledge, delivering your dreams since 1955.
We fly horses anywhere around the world, whether it is a hobby horse or it's an Olympic champion. It's about getting an animal from point A to point B safely, in best of health, and in the quickest possible of time. We understand the business better than anybody else. We do not leave any stone unturned, and we are staffed by horse people from every layer of the company. We give horses wings around the world, across the globe, or across the street.
As a third-generation insurance agency owner, I don't underestimate the responsibility that we have in protecting our clients.
At Fitzpatrick Insurance, it's all about the relationships. The stronger the relationship we have with our clients, the better we can anticipate their needs.
As an independent insurance agency, we partner with top-rated carriers such as Auto Owners Insurance.
This allows us to craft a comprehensive solution tailored to each client.
If you're looking to go out, go up. To get up and go. Whatever you're looking for, you and anyone you bring with you will find it all and more at the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Get up and go.
Do something different, just to see what happens. Make a plan, but go where the night takes you. Leelanau is a place that feels like home. That is home, after all. And after the work is done, the lights are on, its doors are open. Possibilities, if you're open, to what happens next, to a game. Friends play here. Leelanau Sands Casino.
2023 will be the 14th running of the Silver Oak Jumper Tournament. A 501c3 charity, from its founding, our mission has always been twofold. First, to provide a jumper show format where horses and riders are celebrated, with all the unique care imaginable. Second, our efforts have become inextricably intertwined with the Kevin Babington Foundation. If you think about it for a minute, it's so logical. If we are to promote and celebrate the sport's athletes at their peak, how could we be less invested in supporting those living their worst nightmares, recovering from spinal cord injuries, and this, the world's most beautiful sport? Together with our partners, the Morrissey Management Group, in the spectacular venue that is, in fact, Traverse City, we will collectively aspire to serve both objectives. So mark your show calendars and join us September 6th through the 10th. And for those who can't make it, you can be treated to the live streams from the Traverse City website on Horse Show Live. In the meantime, to Kevin, Kim, David, Alexis, and Jonathan Miller, know we will continue to be there for you. Please visit us at kevinbabingtonfoundation.org.
resume with our last 7 rides in our Young Riders Individual Championships. At this final break, top 5 as follows. Holding on to the lead is a very fair pillar with Katarina 70.147. Second place being held by Prima Ballerina, written by Celsiana Williams. From the United States, 69.912. Avery Allen, the Johnny Allen Superman. From the United States, holding on to third place with a 67.735. Anna Fruchterman from the United States with hers and Doc Fruchterman. Hannah Montana W is in fourth with a 66.971. And in fourth, fifth at the moment is Denise Lipar-Zeragama, written by Sydney Lipar from the United States. 66.912. 7 more rides, and we will have our medal ceremony. Top 8 through 4 will go around to show off their prowess, and we will invite in our gold, silver, and bronze medals for their medal ceremony. So first of our last 7 is going to be 4:24. Forget Me Not. Correction. This is Floriano. It's a 15-year-old Westphalian gelding by Florenciano under rocket.
So welcome back to the third and final part of this young rider individual test at the FEI North American Youth Championships. 7 combinations left to come forward, and our leader at the moment is Mary Claire Pillar and Katarina with a score of 70.147%. Up next, so we have Alicia Berger. She rides Floriano HB, a Westphalian 15-year-old gelding by Florenciano out of a Rockwell mare, owned by Alicia and Marianne. They finished 12th in the team test with 66.118 and are representing Region 2. So starting now for Region 2, it is Alicia Berger and Florano HB. Nicely on the 3 tracks. And uphill through the change of rein, just lost a bit of balance at B. And again there through the shoulder in. Could just have done with a little bit more bend. Some good crossing through the half pass. Again, could just have that pole up a little bit more and be slightly more uphill. And again, just lost the balance coming onto that diagonal line. And a good halt at C. Well ridden through the halt and the rein back. Some nice steps in front, just lost a little bit of the regularity. Just a couple of steps through the middle. Again, losing a little bit of the bend to the left in the half pass and in the circle to the right. Good relaxation in the walk, taking the contact down and out nicely in the extended walk. Could just do with a little bit more ground cover. Good transition up into the canter. The changes really nicely on the aids. Beautifully straight on the diagonal. Just generally, oh dear, unfortunately just kicked the board there and had a bit of a spook. Just generally the canter work, and in fact the trot work as well, just could do with being a little bit more uphill. If she could get him to sit a little bit more, same as in that canter pirouette. If she could just get him to sit a little more and take the weight more through the hind leg, take a little bit of a half halt and just rearrange the balance off of the shoulder and more onto the hind leg. Oh, just trotted through the pirouette. That was a shame. Just a few too many mistakes through those pirouettes and the change being late behind as well. But really lovely lines of tempi changes. Nice air time through the canter extension. So coming to finish their test, it is Alicia Berger and Floriano HB for Region 2. He's doing really well, and then just a few too many mistakes through the section with the pirouettes and the canter cost her really dearly, getting 4s and 5s from the judges, and of course the canter pirouettes are double coefficients. So the scores are in. She goes into 10th place with 65.5%, scores ranging from 62.206 up to 67.5.
M a 65.882 and B giving a 62.206. That will get them 65.5. Next in will be number 436, Rhetoric, a 11-year-old Hanoverian here, lead by Roxford, after a baby step.
Next up we have Megan Kelligan, and she rides a Rhetoric, representing Region 5. Rhetoric is an American Hanoverian, 11 years old, by Rotsborn, owned by Megan. They finished 19th in the team test with a score of 61.412%. So in now for Region 5, Megan Kelligan and Rhetoric. Just a little bit onto the forehand in the shoulder in. Would like to see more self-carriage. You can see just the weight going down onto the shoulder rather than sitting on the hind leg. Some nice bend through the half pass. Well positioned there. Just losing a little bit of the connection through the 8-meter circle. Just a little bit unsettled in the halt, but actually managed to end up nice and square. Would like to have seen the horse a little bit softer over the back there, more accepting of the bit. slightly hurried through the extended trot. And again, just like to see the horse a little bit rounder, more supple over the back. Again, slightly hollowing into the transition in walk. Slightly off in the rhythm in the collected walk. It's actually meant to be medium walk at C. Medium walk C to H, then extended walk, then up to the collected walk. Lacking a lot of activity in the extended walk. And there you can see the quarters just coming into the right. Again, not quite through on the bit. Losing a little bit of straightness. Fairly nice steps in the canter half pass, just a little bit hollow. I'd like to see more suppleness over the back, especially in the flying change. Oh, unfortunately got the one change and then just not off the aids in the others. Again, hollowing through the canter pirouette. Needs to keep the contact much more. Just generally through the trot and the canter. Needs to be much more through and onto the bit. Much more on the aids here though in the threes. Oh, I spoke too soon. Just that one mistake though. Good transition into the extended canter again. Just needs to be more over the back, but showed a clear difference. So coming down to finish their test, it's a Megan Callaghan and Rhetoric. Unfortunately, a few too many mistakes for them today. 61.412 in their team test. It's looking a little bit lower today in the individual. So the scores are in. It is 57.765%. Scores ranging from 54.118 up to 59.853%. So into 15th for Megan.
1, 2, 3, 4. And the percentage from the judge would be it's a 54.118, and that will get them 57.765. Next in will be 434 Copacabana MRF.
Next up, it is a turn of Josephine Hinman. She is riding Copacabana MRF, a 14-year-old gelding, an American Hanoverian by Contusi, owned by Natalie Hamilton Hinman. Representing Region 7, they finished equal 10th in the team test with a score of 66.383%. So starting is Josephine Hinman and Copacabana MRF, representing Region 7. Some issues with the fluency and suppleness here through the shoulder in and the change of rein. Rather unsteady to the contact. Struggling a bit with the regularity. Very flashy with the foreleg, just needs to be much softer over the back. Not quite enough steps in the rein back. Better here in the half pass to the left. Much better engagement. Seems much more settled now. Needs to keep the balance through the medium trot. Just at times looks a little bit irregular. Could be softer over the back. Good relaxation here in the walk. Could just march a little bit more forward. A little bit of resistance there as they come round the corner. Just getting a little bit tense. Nicely on the aids through the change. Yeah, lovely diagonal, very well ridden. Definitely shows a great ability to be able to sit and take the weight through the hind leg. Could be a little bit more active, just looking a little bit laboured through that canter pirouette. Beautifully straight through the changes, really well ridden. Just lost a bit of the connection on that last change. Plenty of power through the extended canter, sorry. I'm losing the plot. So coming to finish their test, it is Josephine Hinman and Coco Cabana MRF for Region 7. They were equal 10th in the team competition with 66. Looking to be a little bit higher today. And it's a new personal best, 68.029, and into bronze medal position. Great score for this combination. Just 4 combinations left to go.
They are now currently in the bronze medal position with a 68.029. He does have 4 more to see. First of our last 4 is going to be 4:37. Captain Brownie, the 15-year-old Westphalian girlie by Captain Fire, out of Laura Jane by the Bumpers, bred by Heinrich Franzbach in Germany, owned by Shooting Stars Dressage Horses, ridden by Elizabeth Peterson from Colorado.
So next up, it is Elizabeth Peterson. She rides Captain Brownie, representing Region 5. This is a 15-year-old Westphalian gelding by Captain Fire, owned by Heather Peterson. They finished 9th in the team test with 66.647%. So, 4 left to go. It is Elizabeth Peterson and Captain Brownie. So just a little reminder. Mary Claire Piller still out in the lead with Katerina, score of 70.147. Silver medal position is Calciana William and Prima Ballerina, 69.912. And Josephine Hinman, we just saw with Copacabana MRF in bronze medal position with 68.029. So 68.2029 is the score to beat to get onto the podium. Lovely there in the frame. Could just have a little bit more bend to the inside in the half pass. Plenty of ground cover and freedom of the shoulder in the trot. Could just be a little bit more engaged at times. Yeah, not enough difference shown there in the extended trot. Just at times, just as she came round onto the centre of the line there, just looks a little bit tense and just holding over the back slightly. Needs much more activity here in the extended walk. Just about tracking up. Lacking a little bit of activity. And again, they're getting very, very tense before the canter transition. Having some problems here in the canter. A lot of tension going into those tempi changes. Actually seem to iron themselves out quite well. Hopefully he can keep it together for these canter pirouettes. Nicely centered through the canter pirouette, kept the activity. Hind legs were just a little bit together. Nicely done through the canter pirouette to the right. Beautifully straight through the 3 time changes. Good end to this test from Elizabeth Peterson and Captain Brownie. They finished 9th, just inside the top 10 in the team test with 66.647. A couple of mistakes just holding them back slightly today. I think if it hadn't have been for those mistakes, they would actually have been quite a bit higher, because the good bits were very, very good. Lovely extended canter towards the end. Really smart in the canter pirouettes. It was just that first line of tempi changes where they had a bit of tension and broke at the beginning of the line. So just waiting for the scores to come through. The next rider is in, and it's Isabella Thorpe and Bella Yamas. She is riding this Hanoverian 10-year-old mare by Bon Bravo. But the score is in for Elizabeth now, 65.765% and into 10th place. Scores ranging from 64.264 up to 66.618. So a top 10 placing at the moment with 3 left to go for Elizabeth Peterson. But Isabella is riding Bella Yamas, and she is a 10-year-old mare by Bon Bravo. Representing Region 8, they finished equal 21st in the team test with 58.971%. So entering the arena, Isabella Thorpe and Bella Yamas. Could just be a little bit more connected here in the trot, a little bit more over the back into a steadier contact. There's a loss of balance there in the shoulder in. Very unbalanced steps through the 8-meter circle, and they're just hollowing through the medium trot. quite reluctant to go back. Good activity through the extended trot. Again, was just quite against her hand. Slightly better balance through the 8-meter circle there, much more even in the rhythm. Could do with some more ground cover in the extended walk. The rhythm's still not entirely clear through that. You want to see a clear 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see that the left side moves exactly the same time, and then the right side looking rather lateral in the walk, and then a wrong canter strike off. Quickly corrected though. Needs much more bend through the body and through the neck in the half pass. Slightly better in the half pass to the right. Pretty good through the 4-time changes, just quite tight over the back. And again there, hollowing into the canter pirouette. Needs to sit a lot more. Yeah, she's performing each of the movements correctly. Just would like to see the horse more supple, more soft over the back, working in a more uphill frame. Again, resisting at the end, especially of that extended canter. At times you can see the tongue out as well, so that'll be losing her marks. But there we have it for Isabella Thorpe and Bella Yamas.
Now at the final salute, Isabella Thorpe from the United States with her own Bella Yamas.
So the scores are in. It's 59.029 into 17th place, with scores ranging from 54.265 up to 61.029.
And that's going to give them 59.029.
With 2 left to go.
2 more to see before our medal ceremony.
That means that Mary Claire Piller has guaranteed herself a podium spot. But up next, it is Nash Gagnon, and he rides Eros SSF, KWPN 14-year-old gelding by UB40. Damsire Havidoff finished in 16th place in the team test with 63.353. And representing Region 8. So Nash Gagnon and Eros SSF into the arena now for Region 8. The penultimate rider in this young rider individual test. Good positioning there in the shoulder in. Needs a bit more activity, a bit more cadence in the trot. Needed to keep a little bit more weight through his outside rein in the turn. Again, still just lacking a little bit of impulsion. Like to see it softer over the back. Looking especially tight there in the medium trot. Just leaving that left hind leg back in the halt. He did well there actually, because I thought that the horse was going to drop the pole in the rein back, but he managed to keep it up. Quite tight in the back and hurried through the extended trot. Some nice steps through the half pass. Just needs more bend and fluency through the half pass steps. And again, they're quite tight in the back in the medium. At times slightly unsteady in the contact, but that's obviously coming from the back just being a little bit tight. Just holds himself behind the saddle, and you can see the rider struggling to actually sit to him in the extended and the medium trot because of that tightness, and you need a nice loose swinging back so the horse is easier to sit to. Could see a little bit more over track in the walk, but good activity. Just getting a little bit tense here, slightly anticipating that canter transition. lacking a little bit of bend in the half pass to the left, but better bend through the half pass right. Just a little bit of nodding through the steps. You'd like to see the horse a little bit more secure into the contact. Nicely on the aids through these 4-time changes. Could have a bit more expression for the higher marks, but very obedient. Again, just tightening before he starts asking for the canter pirouette. But he just needs to keep the bend, keep the horse a little rounder going into the canter pirouette. There, you can just see the horse braces as he goes into the canter pirouette. Some mistakes here in the threes. That was definitely commentator's curse. No, actually, I'm sorry. That was my screen freezing. Good in the threes. 7s across the board from the judges. That was my fault entirely. So coming down now, it is Nash Gagnon and Eros SSF for Region 8. They finished 16th yesterday, and it's looking like they might finish in 16th again today.
Riding enjoys traveling, seeing new places.
Scores are in at 63.088 into 16th place. Scores ranging from 61.912 up to 65.441.
From the judge at E is 65.441, H giving 63.088, C is 62.353, M 62.647, and B is 61.912. And we'll get them 63.088. So our final ride. Number 22 is going to be number 4.
So our final rider into the arena. It is Kat Fuka and Dream Girl. They finished second in the young rider team test with a score of 70.882. Representing Region 3. Dream Girl is a 15-year-old KWPM mare by Spielberg. Owned and ridden by Kat. So our last rider into the arena for this individual young rider competition. It is Kat Fuka and Dream Girl. So the score to beat is 70.147. That is our current gold medalist, Mary Claire Pillar, and Katerina. In silver medal position is Cassiana William on 69.912, and Josephine Hinman sitting in bronze medal position with 68.029. A really nice start, lovely fluency so far.
And the course says that 1 through 12, 15 efforts, a total out of 78
Nice engagement through the medium trot. Lovely transition down into the halt. Just needed to stay there for a little bit longer, and the rein back in 2 halves. Again, over tracking well in the extended trot. Really nicely done. Plenty of ground cover. It'd just be a little bit more supple through the half pass. And just losing a little bit of the balance through that 8-meter circle. Slightly unsteady in the contact, but good through the medium. Good relaxation in the walk. Needs more over track here in the extended walk.
represented and the 2 individuals shown in the first round today. We'll start with the zone 10.
Looking a little bit tight in the collective walk.
Last year, USAT Finals winner, Washington International Finals winner, and the Plate Finals winner. And then this year,
Sitting consistently in that bronze medal position. Still a long way to go in this canter work. Nice big changes, covering plenty of ground. Well ridden through that long diagonal. Nice and uphill in this canter work. Unfortunately, just hollowing there in the canter pirouette. Again, they're just losing a little bit of throughness in the change. So needs to get her really nice and over the back here before she goes into the canter pirouette. Slightly better connection, just a little bit climbing. Nicely on the aids in the change. Unfortunately, counting mistakes in the threes.
It's a clear round. It is just within the 78 day. We're going to see Usaki and Fresca at 77. 7-8 reference time just within the 78 seconds. A lot of complete proportions. All three.
Good steps there in the extended canter. Gosh, it's going to be close, isn't it? So coming down the centre line to finish their test, it is Kat Fuka and Dream Girl for Region 3. Has she done enough? I think she secured a podium place, but what colour is she going to be picking up? Currently, it's looking like bronze, but we still have the general impression marks to come through from the judges, so things could change. Personal best is 67.402. So definitely looking like it's going to be higher than that. And it's a bronze, 69.294%, a personal best. Scores ranging between 68.676 and 70%. So that is Kat Fuka and Dream Girl into bronze medal position. So we can confirm our gold medalist is Mary Claire Piller and Katerina with a personal best score of 70.147. Silver goes to Kelsiana William and Prima Ballerina with 69.912. And the bronze goes to Kat Fuka and Dream Girl in third there with 69.294. Just knocking Josephine Hinman and Coco Cabana MRF off of the podium. 22 brilliant combinations coming forward today. I can just tell you, though, that we've had a slight change to our timetable. The under 25 is moving forward an hour because we have an incoming storm. So that will now start at 2 p.m. as opposed to 3 p.m. So all of the times just move forward by 1 hour. So we just set up now for prize giving for this young rider's individual test. So there you can see the end of our official standings. 21 combinations finishing. Unfortunately, Camille was eliminated due to lameness. And we're just setting up for the prize giving, which we'll be bringing to you in just a few moments' time, where we will crown our new young rider individual gold medalist, Mary Claire Piller and Katerina. Just a reminder that under 25 has moved by an hour. You can see it's slightly windy, quite overcast. We do have a storm incoming. So the decision has been made to bring the competition forward by an hour. So that now starts at 2 p.m. as opposed to its original start time of 3 p.m. So make sure you set your alarms for that to join us back here at 2 for the under 25 individual competition. I hope you've enjoyed watching along, though, for this young rider individual. It's been a great class. Our podium just getting a little polish up. It's been a pleasure watching along with you this morning for this young rider individual class. I will be back to join you for the under 25 individual in a couple of hours' time.
Lopez and Andrews, the second rider of his own, is in round one. Big team competition. Andrew Perez with on the Grand Hill, and here with the Gelding. Member of the bronze medal winning team in the Youth Nations Cup that rode in British Columbia in 2022. So on top of the place international, Ron Freeze was a member of the silver medal winning Zone 10 team at Regis States. Andrew Lopez and Epsilon with Brittany.
Ladies and gentlemen, lined up are our gold, silver, and bronze medalists from this Young Riders Individual Championships. I'm going to invite our medalists to dismount and stand behind your respective podium as I introduce our dignitaries for congratulating our medalists. We welcome, representing the FEI, Sadir Mamito, Deputy Chair of the FEI Regional Group 3 and President of the Kyrgyzstan National Olympic Committee. With him is Tom Amara, President of the United States Equestrian Federation, and Stefan Hinch, Executive Director of USDF, our presenting sponsor. So I'm going to now mention our bronze medal goes to Kat Fuqua from the United States with her own Dream Girl 69.294. Sadir Mamito presenting the bronze medal. Flowers from Tom Amara, and congratulations from Stefan Hinch, presenting sponsor representative. Ladies and gentlemen, silver medal. This is Celsiana William from the United States, who got her own Prima Ballerina 69.912. Gave the medal, the flowers, and congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, 2023 Young Riders Individual Gold Medalist Mary Pella with Emily Brolier's Katerina 70.147. Congratulations, the medal. And ladies and gentlemen, on the podium, gold, silver, bronze, all three representing the same team, Region 3. And also, ladies and gentlemen, those three horses standing behind are all mares. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to rise and honor the flag as we play the anthem of the country of our gold medal winner. Please all rise as we play the anthem of the United States of America. Many congratulations. We invite all three medalists onto the top podium for a joint photograph. There you have all three medalists on the top podium, all from the same team. Congratulations to all of you. I'm going to invite our riders to please rejoin those that did all the work. Get ready for your lap of honor. you to lead off Celsiana and Kat on your lap of honor. Mary Pillar with Emily Flores Katerina, gold medal with that 70.147. Silver medal there, Celsiana William with Prima Ballerina, and bronze Kat Bupa with Dream Girl. There you have the arena to yourself to enjoy your own lap of honor. And to show your appreciation for our 2023 Young Riders Individual Gold Medalists. And we say a big thank you to our dignitaries, Sadir Mamito, Paul O'Mara, and Stephen Hitt. Look forward to seeing them in our next medal ceremony after our U25. It is lunchtime now. We will resume at 3 o'clock.
First rider for Mexico in round 1, Maya Dunny. For the young team debuts in under 05 Triumph. The gold medal at the North American Youth Jumping Championships in the junior category in 2019. Individual silver. The junior category that same year. He had his top finishes as a two-star Mexico's Maya Dunny in 17 debuts. Another clear out for Mexico.